Travis, is BART Administrator 3 us?
Recording in progress.
We're now recording on Zoom.
their strategic plan for fiscal years 2024 to 2028, and their audit plan for fiscal years 2024 to 2026. The Audit Committee also approved changing our meeting schedule from monthly to every other month, although we can certainly have meetings as issues arise. And I do want to acknowledge that Tammy Willis, who was one of the two public members, concluded her service to the Audit Committee, and I simply want to thank Ms. Willis for her contribution and her constancy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Dufty. Do we have any public comments on that board report?
I didn't receive any, I didn't receive any speaker cards, but a hand just went up on Zoom. And reminder, this is for board committee reports. So we'll go to Gail. Gail, please go ahead. Gail, please accept the unmute request. There you go, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Gail, you're unmuted. Please go ahead and address the board. Okay. Seems we might not have Gail.
All right. Go ahead, Director Saltzman.
I assume someone will will let us know about what the process will be for appointing a new audit committee member.
Yes, I've been working with Chair Dufty on a recruitment for that position. We have been sending out bulletins. I believe it's on BART.gov, and I think Communications has put it out as well for the one remaining seat that will be vacant.
Can you send it to us? I haven't seen any of the recruitment info.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, if you can send around to the board, and then if any board directors have any ideas of where else we can support with recruitment, I think that would be great. All right. Any other board comments around the board committee reports? Seeing none, I'm really excited sad, all of the things, to move on to our first item here for board matters, which is a resolution commending our general counsel, Matthew Burrows, who has been with the district for, I know it says in a resolution, but just like endless number of years. Before we go into embarrassing Mr. Burrows as the board, I'd like to hand it over first to our general manager, Bob Powers.
Yeah, good morning, BART Board of Directors, Bob Powers, General Manager. I think Gina Zeeland and I, Gina is the interim General Counsel. We would just like to take an opportunity to say a few words. On behalf of the BART family, I think, and then present Matt Burrows with a gift, if I could take that liberty. So would you like me to start, or would you like to start? Okay. So I would. I've been with BART about 12 years, and I have worked very closely with Matt. You can see many of the BART family here and his staff have worked with Matt a lot longer than I have. But I jotted down a few things that I think distinguish Matt and my interactions with Matt, and when I was headed up planning, development, and construction, when I had Michael's job as the deputy and as the GM. And there were four things that came to mind as I was thinking about it. So first, and I think they're not necessarily in order, but when you are ever with Matt, one thing that I've noticed and my team has always noticed, he is the best communicator in the room. He stays very calm. He's very clear. He doesn't get over dramatic on stuff, and he's just like, okay, let's go this route here. And Matt, you know how I am. I can kind of be a bit emotional and a bit aggressive, and I just appreciate you always keeping it calm and clear and keeping us together. Second thing about Matt I've always thought about is how helpful he is. He has always been accommodating with his time and whether it's a legal matter or it's a historical thing about BART or the Bay Area, he's always been helpful to the BART family. The third thing is, you're his bosses. He is always available. if I text Matt at 11:30 at night or at 10:30 or at 7:30 in the morning, he's available. If not, he gets right back to me. Even when he's on leave, he's like, Bobby, if you need something, just give me a call. So he's just always available. And then the last thing, and this came up last night when he and I were talking about a couple of things. He is a problem solver. You have a general manager or a general counsel. I think he was made general counsel in 2008 with then board president Gail Murray. Many of you know Gail Murray. He is all about solving problems. And, Matt, those are the four things that came to my mind as I was thinking about what I might say here. And I just wish you all the best. I wish Kathy, your wife, Lloyd and Miles, and they get you back full time, and just all the best to them. And you're going to be missed. We'll go on. You have left BART better than what you found BART. Your staff is fully staffed up right now. And on a side note, directors, he is on the betting side of the house, one of the odds-on favorite to win the golf tournament on Saturday. So, Vegas and the market have him at like 4-1 to win that BART tournament. And how apropos that would be, to go out as the BART golf champion on Saturday, as well as, his career at BART. So Matt, all the best to you.
Good morning. I'll just say a few words on behalf of the legal department. Most of our staff are here in the room today as a show of support for you, Matt, and our gratitude to you for being our leader for 15, almost 16 years. Your contribution to the legal department has been immeasurable. It is such a wonderful place to work, and that's because of you. You have fostered a culture of collaboration and respect and support. You've been a mentor to many of us and guided us in our careers, and made this a place that we want to come to work every day. So that has been a huge contribution to BART's mission. And we can't thank you enough. We're really going to miss you.
Matt, on behalf of Gina and I and the entire BART family, we would like to present to you, and we can certainly open it here if you'd like to, but the BART Crystal Train for your service and dedication to the. So come on up here, Matt, I call him Matt, General Counsel, and let's since we're being video and taped here, Gina and I would like to present you with the BART Crystal Train Award.
Drop it. Yeah.
Nice. And want to read the inscription?
Sure. So it reads, congratulations on your retirement, Matt Burrows, General Counsel, for 27 years of exemplary service to the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District, 1997 to 2024. Thank you.
Thanks.
Matt, I've always known you to be a tell like how it is kind of person, so I'd like to offer you if you'd like to share any parting remarks here.
Sure. Thank you, President Lee. Thank you, all members of the board. I am I try to be a tell it like it is kind of person. I also try to be relatively brief, so I will try and do both. So first of all, thank you everybody here for showing up. Thank you to this board for a great career and allowing me to be your general counsel. When I came to BART, I wanted to work for a public agency. I worked at a law firm for a few years before that. I wanted to work for a public agency. I didn't have a plan to be a general counsel here. It just worked out that way, but it's been the greatest job ever. Working for an elected board is sometimes very interesting. You're all very different, all of you, and I've seen a lot before you, very different, but you all bring something that the public needs to the table, and I've learned something from all of you. So thank you for that. It's funny, not funny, but today is my wife's 55th birthday. She's a school teacher, so she is retiring effective tomorrow. So we are basically going out together, which is great. We'll see how that goes. She's been home for a couple of months already because since she's a school teacher, she didn't start this year, but she can't retire until tomorrow. So she, I don't want to say was pushing me to work a little longer after the last couple of months, but we'll see how it goes. And we bought ourselves a pickup truck and a camper, so we're going to travel around a little bit. My youngest kid is playing basketball in college, so we're going to get to go watch him play. And it's just time. I would never go work anywhere else. This is a great place to work, but I have an opportunity to not work anymore, and I'm going to take that. And everybody deserves that. This is a great place to work, and really it takes care of its long-term employees, and everybody deserves that, and I'm very fortunate to be part of that. It's been my pleasure working for you all, and I'm not going anywhere. So as far as questions from Bob and Gina, thank you to everybody again for showing up. My coworkers, both in the office and outside of my office, but in the district, it's really awesome to see you all. And like I said, I'm not going anywhere. So as far as any questions about anything, I'm here to help anybody. Bob mentioned it, but I might not call you back right away, but I will call you back pretty shortly wherever I am. And thanks for everything. I really am grateful to have worked here, but I really am happy that I don't have to work anymore, or hopefully I don't have to work.
As your team has so kindly already lined up, I think what I'd like to do first is invite any of you to public comment, although given you are the general counsel's office, I'm guessing you are going to remain completely mum, but you are welcome to make comment. So let's take public comment on this item first, do some photos, and then go back to the board and the comments.
I didn't receive any speaker cards, but we do have a hand raised on Zoom, so we'll go to Alita. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Well, it's afternoon for me. President Janice Lee and members, Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I'm going to talk about this item with your pleasure, I hope. I never really got to know Matt. Matt has always respected me as the person that I am. I'm very appreciative of that. I hope I'll get to learn more about what a general counsel does. I think that Matt, in their time, has somehow worked to ensure that people like myself who are different have a legal home and a legal standing to use this system. I'm very appreciative of that. I've been retired for about 12 years, and I'm walking around Tyson, Virginia, looking for lunch, and I ride Washington Metro trains. I don't have a camper, but I have a train here in Northern Virginia, and it's working fine. So I hope maybe that someday I'll get to meet Matt on a train, maybe in Grand Central Terminal, which is located in New York City. Because I think that meeting people in Grand Central Terminal is a great thing. But I do ask of Matt in his last few moments with you all to give an admonishment to help make the legal department more personal and approachable. I wish I could have spent more time with Matt, but meetings don't happen very often, and I just get glimpses of you all when I come to meetings. But I am appreciative for Matt in recognizing me and accepting me as I am and helping to make a legal home for me. So Matt, I wish you well. While you're out driving around with your camper, I'll be riding trains. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't see any additional hands raised.
All right, so how about this? Let's vote on the resolution because that feels like we should do that before we take photos. So let's do that.
May I make a motion of support for the resolution?
Yes, I apologize. I'm not at my finest right now. We have a motion and a second from Directors Rayburn and Dufty. So District Secretary, can you take roll call on the resolution to commend Matthew Burrows?
Certainly. Director Rayburn.
Yay.
Director Saltzman.
Yes.
Director Simon.
Yes.
Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Ames.
Yay.
Director Dufty.
Yes.
Vice President Foley.
Hell, aye.
Director McPartlin.
Aye.
President Lee.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
excellent. We'll do some photos and then board comments. We're all waiting. I'm doing things a little out of order for this item, but our general counsel didn't tell me any different. So let's take some comments from the board on this. I'll first go to Director Foley, Director Rayburn, and then Director Simon.
Thank you, Madam President. Congratulations, Matt, and congratulations to your wife as you start the next chapter, which is going to be a great chapter. I find that all of the testimony we have heard today to be true and accurate. You are a great general counsel, and I think that you're been really a phenomenal support person for the board. But specifically for me, I've always felt as though we could have honest conversations. You shared your thoughts about my thoughts. You would help sort of guide and provide advice and really connect on a personal level about things that I thought were important and trying to help give me some perspective on things. So I have always appreciated everything you've brought to the table, but just the connection we've made over the last 5 years. But even better than the general counsel, you're a better husband and father. And the pride that you have in your voice when you talk about your kids is, it's wonderful. I really enjoy our conversations and just talking about both of our kids, which of course comes to the sort of the conclusion here, which is that they're both slugs, so go slugs. But also, I just wish you a long, happy, healthy retirement. Think about BART every once in a while, but not too much. Just enjoy the next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Foley. Director Rayburn?
Well, Matt, I really enjoyed a couple of weeks ago sitting down and having a debriefing with you on your pending departure at that time. And last week, I had the honor of acknowledging Matt's accomplishments and contributions to the Capital Corridor, which BART administers. In fact, Matt Burrows was an interim general counsel in 2007 when he wrote the agreement that transferred the Capital Corridor from Caltrain to the BART and a full JPA of 8 counties. Ever since, every whereas and therefore has come from his pen and his careful scrutiny. Your character is incredible, and it has infected all of us. And those people on the Capital Corridor have only known one general counsel. We'll have another real soon, in Gina, at least in the interim. And I think I love what I see here in terms of your mentorship. You provided a very smooth change and transition for us from the beginning to your end. Many happy trails.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Director Simon?
Matt, you're really lucky you get to leave. There's a couple things that I wanted to say to you. I would hope that when we all retire, we don't have to, first of all, call back our old employer. So I actually hope that you all don't take his calls, except for maybe Gina. But a couple of things, Matt, that I just really wanted to express to you. Two things. A lot of us who are younger than you, there's only a few of us here that are younger than you, that we watch you. And, as a sort of student of government myself, watching you lead a team, manage a team, you care so much for this institution. And I think the best leaders are the ones who are deeply caring and deeply love the institutions that they're watching and that they're governing. And I think the folks that come behind you in the General Counsel's office, especially the baby lawyers who have risen up, they will be and are better managers, better leaders. They've watched you oversee thousands, probably hundreds of thousands, I don't know, thousands of matters with deep care and love for people and some of the most difficult issues an institution can meet over the past 14, 13 years that you've been in this position, again, from labor disputes, deep, hard-fought disputes. This organization is now in a very different place with our beautiful labor partners and our workers than we were before you took on this role. You've oversaw very, very intense issues around law enforcement and have dealt with families and have dealt with our staff, our safety staff here with so much care. So those of us who have watched you in this leadership position, no matter how difficult the matter, I think all of us have known that you were here by choice and by love for people who deserve to live in a community where there's not only access to transit, but that there's a community where people can work together in truth, in deep love for our community, but most of all with a lot of integrity. When you're right, and when you're wrong, you learn. And having watched you, I'm very humbled to still be in good relationship with you and to see what it is when someone gives their whole life. And I know your wife and your children know this, that when you got home, you're never really at home doing the work that you do. So I just really want to thank you for all of the calls, some harder than others, but for all of the conversations and for being a role model to many of us. Thank you for your service.
We'll have Director Ames, Director Salzman, Director Allen, then Director Dufty. Oh, and then McPartland as well.
Well, thank you, Matt. When I first got elected in 2018, we had this in common that I think your wife worked at New Haven School District, right, in Union City. So I said, my gosh, this is like a family here. And since then, I really felt like you were somewhat of an anchor to me, because if I had a question, any question, I got a call back. We could talk things through. We had the Inspector General independence debate. What's independence? You were very helpful with that to help me understand that legal point of view. And also we went, we've got BART to Berryessa. BART to San Jose, that whole extension was, thanks to you. You help with all of these legal agreements. And I really felt like I could just talk about anything. I mean, I have your personal cell phone, I think, so I did appreciate, I try not to call you on the weekends, I mean, of course, but, or not at midnight like Bob was suggesting, or 11:30 p.m. I didn't do that, but I do appreciate this dialogue, this openness that you had, and kind of understanding the law. You helped me figure out, how to navigate that, and also, other complicated issues, which I won't go into. But thank you so much, Matt. I really appreciate your expertise, and you're going to be missed.
Thank you, Director Ames. Director Salzman?
Thank you. I won't repeat everything that's been said by my colleagues, but I agree with all of it. And I just want to say there's been a lot of change at BART in the 11 years I've been here, and it's been nice that you've been the one constant. You're the only board-appointed officer who's been in this position for the entire time I've been here. Everybody else has transitioned out, and so having your institutional knowledge, having you just been through rounds of the various things we do again and again, I just think that was so incredibly important to all of us. And yet you kind of were a resource, but never kind of stepped in unless we were making a really big mistake. So to know that you were there was really helpful, and just so appreciated kind of your partnership and help over the years. And it's going to be weird to be at BART without you. So, but congratulations and good luck, and enjoy your time with your family.
Thank you, Director Salzman. Director Allen?
So I was thinking back to the first real meeting that you and I had, Matt, and it was, after the first meeting when I was sworn in, but you and I went to lunch together. I don't know if you remember that, or just down the street. And we got to talking about, about BART and election, and you asked me, so why did you run for this seat on the board? And I said to you, I said, well, I am a fan of transit. I love transit. I think, we need to encourage transit use. But I also said, I think that BART needs a lot of help in the rider experience. And as I ran my campaign, I found a lot of the complaints of riders, and I listened to them, and I truly was looking to improve that aspect. But I followed that with, but I'm also looking for accountability and transparency, a whole lot more of it in this government agency that spends now $2.5 billion per year. And you looked at me with that big smile when I said that. I'll never forget this. And you said, well, this should be interesting. See that smile. And it has been interesting for 7 years. And, in all seriousness, Matt, I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss your, stepping in when you need to and not stepping in when it's not appropriate. You've given some very sound advice. And I am also going to miss the brevity. I appreciate that. You're very direct and brief, and I will try to be that as well. I look forward to running into you on the RV trail somewhere in this great country of ours. Thanks.
Thank you. Director McPartland, Director Dufty, and then I'll close.
A lot has already been said, and so I'm going to try not to be redundant. I have the pleasure of knowing you longer than any of these other yokels, the new guys on the board. And I am proud to have had the opportunity to have worked with you. There are so many people in BART that I have great professional relationships with and collaboratively. There are very few that have bridged that gap to an interpersonal relationship of trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dufty.
Hey, thank you. Hey, Matt. I love the job you've done as general counsel, and I love you. It's no surprise that when I came to the BART board, my 25 years with the city had me used to doing things very differently. And I fondly remember a couple of lunches that we had with Ken Duran, where you and Ken kind of were my finishing school to kind of get me to have a different outlook on things and to understand the uniqueness of BART. You built an incredibly strong team, and I have great respect for that. Some people just manage their own careers, but you've really looked like a great quarterback at the field and constantly made adjustments when Vicky retired and did different things that I think were just very thoughtful, and I think just were emblematic of what we saw today is that the people who work with you love you as well. One of the perks of being board president, I think, was having an excuse to talk to you multiple times a week. Not that I was ever shy as a backbencher on the board, but I have to say that that was one of the great experiences, was just constantly issue after issue would come up, and you would have a solution, you would have caution that advised me and things along those lines. And I just want to say I think you've absolutely made the right decision. I think you will enjoy life and you deserve it. Thank you.
So I'll just add just a few things here, as I agree with many of my colleagues and what was previously already shared by Bob and Gina, but I can't imagine what BART would be without you, and I say that with the highest gratitude. You have seen us through very difficult times, and you probably hold so many secrets. Like, I know Michael Healy wrote the book, but I want to see like the Matt Burrows book someday. But the way that you have guided this agency, and what I know is that I will always trust that you will do what is best for BART, for the district, and for the Bay Area, the broader community. And that's really hard to do, and to be able to guide all these other decision makers through the many, many processes that come before us and policies and whatever it is. You've had an incredibly difficult task, and you've been doing it for these 27 years, and since 2008 in this role. So for that, thank you so much. We are really, really going to miss you. Thank you for leaving us with a parting gift of a fully staffed General Counsel's office. I know we're in really good hands with all the folks that you have mentored through the years in that office. And we'll really miss you, but do enjoy your retirement. I hope at some point we can talk soccer again. And hopefully you don't drive your wife or your kids too crazy with all the time on your hands. So if your golf game gets really, really good, we'll know where you're spending all your time. So thank you, Matt. So we will now move to our consent calendar. And I did hear Director Ames was looking to pull item 5F. This is a resolution declaring official intent to reimburse certain expenditures from proceeds of indebtedness. In addition, at my request, we are going to continue 5E, which is amendment to statement of investment policy for retiree health benefit trust and approval to implement the updated policy, to a future date. So can I entertain a motion for all the other items? Great. Before we take the vote, can we go to public comment on this?
I didn't receive any speaker cards on this item, and I don't see any hands raised on Zoom.
All right, let's take a roll call vote.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Saltzman? Yes. Director Simon? Yes. Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Yes.
Director Duffy? Yes. Vice President Foley?
Aye.
Director McPartlin? Aye. President Lee?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Great. And so the plan at this time is actually to enter closed session. There are a couple of pretty critical items that we need to discuss before we may potentially lose quorum. So we will now enter closed session. It'll take approximately an hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
So presently, just for clarification, are we continuing items 5E and 5F to
we are continuing 5E to a later date. And given the need to enter closed session, the plan is to discuss 5F at some point later in this meeting, perhaps after closed session. And sorry, we need to take public comment for the two closed session items, which are, I don't know, 12A and 12B, conference with labor negotiators, and conference with legal counsel. Do we have any public comment on either of the closed session items?
I didn't receive any speaker cards, and I don't see any hands raised on Zoom.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you so much for bearing with us while we are in closed session. We have no announcements coming out of closed session. And as mentioned, we are going to change the order of things. So we are now actually going to go to 11A, Board Matters, before we return to the regular calendar events, including 5F that had been pulled from consent. So I would like to now hand it over to Director Salzman.
Thank you. I'm bringing this item forward to make several edits to our bike rules, which haven't been changed in 10 years. And when I went to look at them, they actually had a lot of outdated language, including stuff where we're telling riders the opposite. So it's time to clean it up. But what got me to look at the bike rules was this one rule about bikes being prohibited on escalators. I've gotten many complaints from riders over the years, increasing in the past few years, about being prohibited from taking bikes on escalators. And I'm sure, as all of you have seen, still lots of people do bring their bikes on escalators. And what I've heard from folks is that they either are physically unable to carry their bikes up and down stairs, or they feel like it's safer to bring it on the escalator, because if they're carrying it on the stairs, especially when there aren't stair channels, which most of our stations don't have, they're having to carry the full weight of their bike. If they get knocked by somebody or anything happens or their arm gives out, that bike's going to go down. And I actually, since I announced this a month ago, I've heard from several folks who've actually dropped their bikes downstairs because of a situation like that. And they feel safer putting them on the escalator where they can put it down, hold on to it. It can be a lot more secure. The other thing I've heard from folks is the elevators, of course, are an option, but our elevators, especially at some stations, have high demand. So you get to that elevator, there could be lots of people lined up to go up or down that elevator, especially people who really depend on it, who have mobility issues, and that's really who they should be prioritized for. And then also, some bikes don't fit in our elevators, and all of our elevators at different stations have different dimensions, so you never know whether your bike is going to fit in an elevator a lot. So there's a whole lot of issues that makes it difficult for people with bikes to circulate in our stations, and I think this is going to become more and more the case as more and more people bike, because it used to be, I think folks assumed it was a lot of very able-bodied younger people or people who are really fit having bikes, but now everybody's biking, including kids, seniors, all sorts of folks. They can't all carry their bikes up and down stairs. So that was the main impetus for this, but I also do want to clean up the rules about what to do with your bike when you're on the train. Right now, our rules say you must hold on to it. Of course, that's not what we're telling people, because we've installed the straps many years ago. Those work very well to secure bikes. So if you do use those straps or your own bungee cords, you really don't need to hold on to your bike. So to just clean that up. And then to change, and this was something staff pointed out to me, that we have this requirement that during commute hours you can't put your bike in the first 3 cars, but really all we're enforcing is in the first car, and there's no good operational reason for the first 3 cars. I think this just came out of 10 years ago when we started allowing bikes during the commute hours at all. This was sort of the negotiation, but it doesn't make any sense, and even less so today when we only have 6-car trains. That means you can only use 3 of the 6 cars for your bike, which was going to cause a lot of problems if we ever tried to enforce that, and we're not enforcing it now. So this is my proposal. I've been working with staff on this for about 2.5 months, so we've gone back and forth a lot. They've all looked at the language. We've talked about different issues. So while I'm bringing this forward, I'm sure staff can answer questions as well. And I ask for your support, and I'll move the item.
I'll second it. I just want to really thank Director Salzman for bringing this forward. I think what I'd like to do is go directly to public comment first, and then we'll do board comments, questions, etc. Unless staff has anything you'd like to add before we go to public comment. Was thinking that was the case. So, April?
Yes.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I just saw that Jerry Grace will do in-person public comment first. So Jerry, please come up to the podium, and you have 3 minutes.
That very quickly. They only took me 2 or 3 minutes. I gotta let you know, last time I was on BART, and I saw a lot of teenagers was have a bike. Bike is all over the place. They are the one I'm seeing the day I was on the train, back off the train, and a lot of their friends is riding the bike, and the bike is all over the place, but they are trying to get to where they're going to, and they get to downtown, and everybody, no, I'm sorry, Rayside, Ashby, and everybody got off the train Ashby, and some of the friends just got a little bit train, but everybody tried to get together, and I try to help a little bit, a piece of it. And I don't say anything to them, but I don't want to say nothing to them. But I understand that a lot of them, look like 8 to 16-year-old, I seen that day on the BART train. I forgot what day that was on, but I was surprised. But a little bit, thank you to bring that up, and I didn't know what me to say, but now I know what I'm saying because I saw what I saw on the BART train. And the bike is all over the place, but they don't know what should not do, but they don't know that themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. So seeing no other in-person public comment on this, we'll go to online public
Actually,
comment.
presently, I think we do have someone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item. Is that Glenn Overton?
Okay, yes, Glenn, please come up.
On this issue, I beg you to do due diligence. You just have to be standing behind a person with a bike on an escalator, and specifically age groups, you know. So you have to understand what that dynamic is. So I suggest, and I'm quite sure you already took this in consideration, to look at the statistics statewide, nationwide, worldwide as to bike accidents on escalators to inform your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. All right, District Secretary.
Okay, we'll now go on to Zoom, and Adina, please go ahead. You're unmuted, Adina. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me? If you
Very
cannot-
faintly.
Okay, let me try to fix my
We can hear you better now, Adina. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Adina Levin, and for this matter, I'm not representing any organizations. I'm just speaking for myself as a frequent BART and bike user, and wanted to thank Director Saltzman for bringing this forward. That was a extremely apt point, that in terms of safety, it is safer to bring a BART up the escalator than to have people be carrying a bike up the stairs. And heavy bikes are something that a lot of people do have trouble carrying up the stairs, and that's more of a safety risk. There are many people who use bikes with BART for their first and last mile, including me, and would really look forward to having this policy be modernized to enable people to use BART with bikes, and honestly, less civil disobedience to just on a day-to-day basis bring our bikes to and from BART. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now go to John. John, please go ahead.
Good morning, Board President Lee, Director Saltzman, and members of the board. First, my comments represent my personal views and not those of the BART Bike Advisory Task Force, which I have served on since 2011. I agree with most of Director Saltzman's proposed revisions to the BART bike rules, which the BBATF reviewed about 9 years ago. I personally support bicyclists taking human-powered bikes on escalators as long as they can do so safely. Heavier, bulkier cargo and e-bikes are hard to balance and manage on stairs and on escalators. The unifying basis of BART's bicycle bicycle rules is that bicycles must safely control or secure their bicycles at all times in, on, and around BART trains, facilities, and stations, while transiting station area access roads, parking lots, bus stops, and sidewalks, while accessing stations, fare gates, and platforms, while using stairs, elevators, and escalators, and while riding trains. I have significant reservations about two of the rules. First, BART has limited vertical access options. E-bikes and cargo bikes should not be permitted on escalators yet. They're too heavy, bulky, and hard for most people to balance safely in a crowded, narrow stairway or escalator. Second, the current rule prohibiting bike riding within BART stations is short and straightforward, can be easily modified, such as bicycles must always be walked, never ridden, inside BART stations, including on concourses and platforms. Last, the word bicyclist has meant a person who rides a bicycle since 1869, according to the Oxford English Dictionary. It's still the shortest, most direct way to refer to BART passengers using bicycles. Thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker is Robert. Robert, please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Robert Prinz, Advocacy Director with Bike East Bay. I'd like to thank Director Saltzman for bringing this item and representing our support for these changes on behalf of Bike East Bay. There was similar concerns about rule change quite a few years ago, and the BART board decided unanimously to allow bikes on board BART trains at all hours. We were very happy to partner with BART at that time in an educational campaign to help bike riders navigate the rule change, understand best practices, and also help to educate other riders to know what to expect as well. So we're looking forward to this update and are happy to participate in any educational campaigns in partnership with BART. So thank you very much.
I don't see any additional hands raised.
All right, thank you. So we'll now go back to director comments. I'm gonna hand it back to Director Saltzman first, and then Director Allen, Foley, and McPartland.
President Lee, please excuse me for interrupting. I'm sorry. We actually just had a hand right as I was saying that. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Excuse us. Okay, Alita. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, President Janice Lee. I just rejoined. I'm not sure what item you're on, so could you enlighten me so I'll know when my turn comes up?
Alita, we are currently on board matters around changes to the bike rules. I think it's item 11A.
Okay, so I'm going to wait and listen for you to call for general comment. Thank you.
Yes, we will return to regular order of things after this item. Okay, so we'll go back to Director Saltzman.
And apologies, I forgot to say this earlier. In talking to staff, the plan is that these new rules wouldn't be implemented until January 1st to give staff sufficient time not only to change the signs on the escalators, but also to do an education campaign. Just as Robert Prinz from Bike East Bay just mentioned, that was an important thing 10 years ago. BART has done a lot of educational campaigns on bikes, and that will be really important to have folks who haven't taken their bikes on escalators understand how to do so in the most safe way possible.
All right, Director Allen.
Yeah, question for staff. Do we have data on accidents either in our system or other systems that openly encourage the bikes on escalators, systems that do not have the rails? Do we have data on accident rates in this?
We have data on our accident rates, incidents. There's been 28 incidents in the past 5 years involving bikes on escalators, but there's been no claims from those incidents.
So no claims filed from injured?
One claim was filed and then withdrawn, so no claims submitted, but there were 28 reports of some injuries or bikes falling down on escalators.
So will this, so if we vote to approve this today, I guess, let me just say that I have, I agree with some of what you've got here and not with certain parts. I guess much like one of the callers. My concern is on the motorized bikes. If we do a big campaign, and now are we going to be encouraging people carrying big, heavy motorized bikes on our escalators and stairs? So that concerns me. I also am concerned about a recent reconfiguration of the trains, and in particular, shortening of the number of cars on the trains during the commute hours. And then if we are saying, and also everyone can bring their bike and put it on any car except the first car, which is a change from our current policy that we have out there, then are we just, oftentimes the size of a bike on a train could easily take up the space of at least 2 people on that rail car. And so are we further crowding the trains that are already, I am hearing from many people about the crowding of the trains on the lines where we've gone to 6 cars at certain times. And so then are we crowding them even more? Or are we going to look at those situations, and if we end up with more bikes on those rail cars and they're more crowded than with bikes, then are we going to be adding rail cars, which is an additional cost to us? So these are just things that I'm concerned about. But my question about this document we're looking at, does this mean that staff will just go change the policy, or will the policy red line come back to us? Okay, I did not get that red line policy. I got a summary of proposed changes.
There was an updated red line version that was sent recently.
Okay, so my concern is the cleanup language. I'm happy to see the cleanup language will include some of these things, but I'll be abstaining because I haven't seen the actual red line policy. I only got the summary. But the final thing that really worries me, I could see us doing this when we get to a point somewhere down the line where we've got rails on the escalators for the bikes to be put in. But I have a concern for the public safety of us putting the bikes, people carrying bikes, particularly heavy ones, up and down stairs and escalators. So I'll be abstaining on this policy.
Thank you. Director Foley, or Vice President Foley?
Thank you, Madam President. A couple of questions and a quick comment. So I'm generally supportive of all of the changes. There's one that I have a concern about. But before I get to that, what was our involvement with the Bicycle Task Advisory Force in crafting or approving or feedback on these changes?
I'm sorry, I was,
when? Yeah.
So it's scheduled to go on Monday to them? They asked for an agenda item?
So have they had a chance to review it and provide feedback to us in crafting this language?
We did email it to all members, and we sent 2 emails to them, and 4 of them replied in support of this.
But it hasn't been on one of their agendas. They haven't discussed it.
That's correct. And it's scheduled on Monday.
Which would be after we potentially approve a change that they really wouldn't have any value to add. If it's after the fact, you're really not giving full value to the task force. So I think it should go to them first before we make a decision on it. But beyond that,
Vice President Foley, can I just jump in real quick?
Sure.
There is an implementation time period on the policy of up till January 1st, so we could incorporate, and if necessary, bring back to the board if there's significant changes to the implementation of the policy. Just wanted to make sure that the board was aware that it's not going into effect tomorrow, and we can still take input from the BATF.
Sure. Understood. I would just, in the future, it would be nice for it to go through the committee first and then come to the full board for approval. My concern is the language on, unfortunately, on the escalators, because we have 3 stations with 10 escalators that are narrow. I had an example literally coming to the meeting today where someone decided to put the bike on the shoulder and take it down the escalator at the Antioch station, which is a narrow single-person escalator. So I'm concerned about safety for other riders in the escalators. We've had issues before at events where going up at the Coliseum elevator after a baseball game, the platform is very crowded and there's a congestion of people coming up at the top of the escalator, literally people running into each other at the top. And so I'm concerned that we don't have an exclusion for what I consider to be the 3 stations that have challenging escalators with this one-size-fits-all policy. So I would like to see language added that says something to the effect of, you can take these on escalators except the 19th Street, Antioch, and Oakland Airport connector stations. I think those should be called out because of the safety issue and the narrowness of the escalator. And I would like to see, in conjunction with that, signage at those stations that clearly prohibits those bicycles on those narrower escalators.
Can I speak to that? Thank you for bringing this up. I actually raised this with staff and they talked me out of it. I talked about an exclusion for the narrow escalators and our thought was maybe, are people doing it? I had never seen somebody take it on a narrow escalator, so that's good to know that that is happening. So I'm completely fine with amending the motion to continue the exclusion of bikes on the narrow escalators and to clearly name the stations and to clearly, in our education campaign, put that up and to keep the signs. And so President Lee, are you okay as the seconder of the motion with changing that?
I also talked to staff about that
Yeah,
issue.
so it sounds like we all were thinking about it.
I used to get on and off my bike at 19th Street, so I get it. Okay, any other comments, VP Foley? Okay, then we have Director McPartland, then Director Ames.
Thank you. I'm going to end up hammering on the same things as far as the escalators are concerned. Perhaps I'm going to end up drilling down a little bit. No, I am going to drill down quite a bit deeper on that. I had a career in public safety. And since I heard about this, as far as having the bicycles on the escalators are concerned, I've been frightened. And I have a flashback of an incident where a bicyclist ended up falling about 5 feet and hit his head. He was wearing a helmet, and he ended up with a traumatic brain injury. Now, we all know what long-term effects that can end up having for football players and stuff like this. But in this particular case, this guy was in a total seizure, and you have 3 kinds of injuries, if I can explain those very, very briefly and in the simplest of terms. They're immediately dangerous. The swelling of the brain, a subdural and an epidural, which means bleeding in the skull, either under the dura or above it. Now, if it's above it, then that's okay because you have time. You'll end up having blood come out of potentially out of all of the orifices in the head, eyes, ears, nose, and throat. If it's subdural, then that's building up pressure inside the brain cavity. And it displaces the brain to the point of pushing down on the brain stem. And that's where you end up with those kinds of seizures. Your ability to relieve that and save that life is measured in minutes, depending on the speed of the bleed, minutes rather than hours. And that's the guy wearing the helmet. If we end up having a bicycle that gets away from somebody, if you've got luggage that gets away from somebody, it's probably going to end up hurting somebody's leg. If you get a bicycle that gets away from a rider, Everybody below him is a target, and they have nowhere to go. So I would like to give a substitute motion to eliminate number 1 on this list of 4 items, and we can at another time discuss putting bicycle troughs on stairwells so that we could basically increase the amount of flow and safety of people going down stairwells. But, and I apologize to my fellow board members and to the public at large and anyone who may end up seeing this, because by giving you this information, I tell you, and I illustrate in very graphic terms how dangerous this is. And in that regard, I have taken away your ignorance, I've taken away your innocence, and I've taken away your plausible deniability. So I would like to make that substitute motion to approve number 2, 3, and 4. And by the way, I need to applaud all the work that Director Saltzman has put into this, because this is an amazing body of work, and I thank you very much. Do I?
Okay. So there's a substitute motion to approve the cleaned up version minus the escalators.
Okay, I'll second that.
You will second that?
Yes.
Okay.
That doesn't include the escalators at this point.
And then Director Ames, you're next to comment either way, so go ahead.
Thank you. So I do have concerns about the escalators and this bikes on the escalators. And can you elaborate on did I understand that there were claims involved with bikes on escalators? Just to clarify that.
There was one claim filed but not submitted.
So what were the other items if they weren't claims?
There were incident reports, either witnessed by a station agent or filed by reported to a station agent collected by a system safety department, 28 of those.
And the incidents are related to bikes on the escalators specifically?
Yes.
Can you summarize what the incidents were? I mean,
yes, so over the past 5 years, there were 28 incidents. Most of them are someone holding their bike and something else, a piece of luggage, something else, and they lose control of it, or they were doing something that they shouldn't have been doing and it fell over. And a couple of those involved non-bicyclists, people that had fallen onto others.
Okay, I would like this explored a little bit more through the Bike Accessibility Task Force, I suppose, right? Or BART Accessibility Task Force, I'm sorry. So I would like to support the second motion, alternative motion, whatever it's called. And then, if it does go through, I mean, I just think this needs to get more analysis done to look at the bikes conflicting with folks on the elevators. So,
yeah.
Escalators, I'm sorry, escalators. Thank you.
I'll make a comment. I'll let Director Saltzman sort of close this up before we go to the substitute motion and then on from there. So I really appreciate the commenters for calling in. I actually think I first met Robert Prince, one of those commenters, when I was doing outreach with him, when I was then a community organizer with the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition. Sort of full circle. It was like literally my first week on the job where I was it was in the old boardroom, having been given a set of Bike Coalition members to turn out and tell them to, make the final change to the bike ban. That was back in October 2013. So I can't believe that's been 10 years ago. I think I'm in the minority of folks here on the board who are regular bike and BART commuters, certainly alongside Director Rayburn. I did this commute every day myself when I lived in West Oakland and worked in San Francisco. So I'm very familiar not only with connecting bike and BART trips, but also the logistics of things. I want to be clear that the status quo right now for many who don't want to wait for elevators is to actually carry your bike on your shoulder up and down the stairs if you're able-bodied enough to do so. When I worked at the Bike Coalition, I was like really good about following the rules. I was afraid like someone would take a photo of me doing something wrong. So I would say I did that almost all the time. And some of those stairs were so narrow, especially the scissor style staircases you would see at Civic Center, that it was sort of dangerous because I would just throw my bike over my shoulder and I would just be walking down the stairs, which I actually didn't find particularly safe, especially for other folks. So in my opinion, no matter what, allowing bicycles on escalators will be better than the status quo, but we certainly can do it right. We can have this implementation plan. We can be very thoughtful about it. We can have the signage. And I think no matter what, that's going to be better than forcing people to do that or using up precious elevator space. I think the other sort of logistics thing, because it was commented, was I'm not really comfortable with excluding e-bikes. I think e-bike technology has advanced so much that a lot of times you can't even tell that certain bikes are e-bikes. They just build the battery in so well into the frame. And with all the other situations mentioned, at the end of the day, bicyclists still need to yield to other passengers. And I feel like there's a lot of, like, I think that's a clear signage I'd want to see. Obviously, we'll come up with the implementation plan. So given all this, I strongly support the original motion with the amendment around the narrow escalators, because the status quo of not allowing bikes on escalators, I think, is far more dangerous. And I think the numbers regarding literally 0 claims, 1 claim that was withdrawn, and only 28 incidents, I think better signage, I think better knowledge with station agents, ambassadors, et cetera, will just make a better situation for all of our riders. So I'll pass it back over to Director Salzman, and then we'll go to the vote.
Thank you. I just wanted to share some data that staff just shared today about various incidents on stairs and escalators, just to give some context. So between January 1st, 2019 and a couple days ago, there were more incidents involving luggage than involving bicycles. So there were about, I don't know what this is, 65 incidents on escalators involving luggage and 37 involving bicycles. There were like 350 incidents involving just slip, trip, and falls on escalators. So there's lots of issues that happen. We still let people use escalators. We still let them use luggage. But just, we have a lot of data and we're not seeing a big issue, and there are already a lot of people using the escalators for their bikes. So I would encourage folks to vote no on the substitute motion, though I appreciate Director McPartlin and Ames supporting the rest of the rules, and to vote yes on the original motion when it comes up.
All right, with that, we'll now entertain the substitute motion first, which is everything as it reads, as amended, minus allowing bicyclists and bicycles on escalators.
Director Rayburn?
No.
Director Saltzman? No. Director Simon? No. Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Yes.
Director Dufty?
No.
Vice President Foley?
No.
Dr. McPartlin?
Aye.
President Lee?
No.
Thank you, the motion fails.
Before we go to the original motion that was made, I want to offer Director Rayburn a chance to make a couple comments.
Thank you, President Lee, and thank you, President Salzman, for bringing this motion forward. I believe that the motion's very warranted to allow bikes on escalators. It's about equity. People that cannot carry their bikes up or down the stairs need that other option, and queuing up at our elevators is not a real valid option, and it imposes a burden on those that are absolutely dependent upon our elevators. I want to also address the change that was made to the motion that would exclude narrow escalators. I don't know that there's any data that shows narrow escalators are more dangerous. And certainly the data that we have, the 28 incidents, there's only one that of those incidents that was at 19th Street Station, and not all of the escalators at 19th are narrow. I've taken my bike up the escalator underneath the canopy. There's no problem. In fact, it could be argued that it's actually safer because you don't have anybody potentially being blocked by the bicyclist. Everybody's going at the same speed, and there's no passing that occurs. So there's no threat that somebody's going to trip and fall over that bicyclist on that narrow escalator. As well, I think that the safety overall is something that we explored back in 2011 through 2013 when this item was first discussed by the board. And our current safety data says 28 incidents over 5 years, and we had similar data for those earlier dates. But the difference was we had the total number of incidents that the bikes on escalators represented. And those earlier 3-year periods that we examined showed under 1% of the incidents for bicyclists occurred on the stairs. That to me says there's very little risk. It's small, and the number, it's numerically small. So I really am supportive of this. I also want to give a gratuitous plug to options to onboard. And because people are listening, I think it's worthwhile to reinforce that BART provides secure parking at every one of our stations here in the East Bay, at least, with bike lockers. Many of those stations throughout the system have bike storage facilities that are secure. And as well, there are other options like shared bikes, which is how I arrived here this morning from Lake Merritt, that don't require that one bring their own bike on board. Now, I recognize shared bikes are not ubiquitous throughout the system, but I'm going to vote. I wish to urge that we don't change the motion and have a rule that says some escalators are okay. I think it's useful if we're making a rule that it be universal, that we just use the word escalators.
Okay, noted. VP Foley, you had a brief comment?
I did. A comment and a clarification question. The comment is we've had 28 incidents in 5 years when with bicycles on escalators while it's prohibited. How many will you have while it's not prohibited? So I'm just sort of saying you can make numbers say what you want. My second issue is I just want a clarity on what is the motion we're voting on. Does it exclude the exception for narrow escalators or not?
Yeah, I amended the motion to
Thank
include what you asked for,
Thank
which is, again, and it's very specific to the 3 stations with the narrow escalators. Of course, in the future, if we had other stations, we'd have to revisit that, but it will call out the 3 stations and say that bikes will continue to be prohibited on those escalators.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we have that motion. I had seconded, it's before us. So we'll go to the vote on that.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman.
Yes.
Director Simon. Yes. Director Allen.
No.
Director Ames.
Abstain.
Director Dufty.
Yes.
Vice President Foley.
Aye.
Director McPartlin.
No.
President Lee.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries with Directors Allen and McPartlin voting no and Director Ames abstaining.
Thank you so much. I was hearing a vibrating noise over there.
Yes, I think there's something happening in the plaza to our right outside.
Got it. Okay, I didn't know if it was something else. Thank you so much, staff. So the plan now is I am going to hand the chairing over to our Vice President. You're in capable hands here, and we are going to return to the regular agenda. And so the order of operations was my understanding is to return to 5F, which was pulled from the consent calendar and then return, afterwards, general manager's report, public comment, et cetera. So VP Foley.
Thank you. All right, item 6F. I believe Director Ames, I'm sorry, 5F. I believe you had asked to pull this item?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead if you'd like to explain.
So I would like staff to explain how this resolution came about and why it's priced. Okay, maybe you could do a little briefing on the item and then so people are informed what this item is. That would be helpful. But my big question is, we have 950 million that could go out to a bond at some point to fund projects that have not been identified and there hasn't been a schedule provided. So maybe you could just do a briefing of like what this item is and then try to address this question of where did the $950 million come from?
Sure, happy to, Director. Priya Mathur, Director of Funding Strategy. This resolution is a reimbursement resolution that authorizes BART to reimburse itself for expenditures made on capital projects using BART funds. So specifically, if we were to use capital allocation, operating into capital allocations in the future or BART funds that have already been expended. So it enables us to reimburse ourselves with bond proceeds or loan proceeds should the board decide to move forward with the financing. It does not in any way obligate the board to move forward with the financing of any size. And the list of projects is primarily projects included in our sort of system reinvestment program, so reinvesting in traction power and other infrastructure, as well as our core capacity program, and as well as our the BPD headquarters that we're now contemplating. Now, it also could be used to support project cash flow. So if there's a project that, for example, we're expecting external funding, but the timing of the funding is not adequate to meet the needs of the project in terms of expenditures, we could also use financing perhaps to bridge that gap. That assessment of which projects are appropriate is still underway. So we don't have, this is a maximum amount that we have included in here, a not to exceed amount. It is not by no means meant to be a definitive amount that we might potentially come back to the board with for financing.
If it's not definitive, why is it 950 million? I mean, I don't understand how we got to I know we're working on the police headquarters, but it's way beyond that number, right? That's like 125 million potentially for police headquarters, just floating it out there. But that's not definitive. But we're talking about a huge amount, and how, and also just to elaborate how you got to the 950 million, and why wasn't this discussed at like a budget hearing, like to talk about the strategy during the budget process that we just had? Yeah.
So over the past several months, we've been investigating various financing alternatives and strategies to use both for the BART Police Department headquarters, as well as for potentially relieving pressure on the operating budget from the capital program, as we have many planned allocations from the operating budget to the capital program over the coming years. And so as our thinking has evolved on that, we are considering various alternatives, including federal credit assistance through the forgive me, the TIFIA program or the RIF program. One is the transportation, and I'm blanking on the words. Can you help me, Pam?
It's a transportation infrastructure financing.
Financing mechanism. Okay. Thank you. I'm so sorry. And also the railroad rehabilitation improvement financing program. So those are two potential options that we're exploring. We are developing a letter of interest to initiate that process with the Build America Bureau of the U.S. Department of Transportation. And so as we were considering that, it also became clear that these mechanisms might be useful also for project cash flow management.
Okay, so the project cash flow management, I guess, is really what I'm concerned about, because we don't have a description of what the funding is going to be potentially used for. I mean, I would just put it as an analogy. You're asking for, if you're asking for a loan for 950 million, then the bank would say, well, what are you going to use it on? I mean, what are the projects and what's the schedule you're going to use this money for? So this is why I thought we would talk about it during the budget process, or at least in October.
Director Ames, I can just jump in and remind the entire board that what we're asking for today is the authority just to pursue these options. Every single capital project that receives any kind of funding from the sales tax or RIFIA or TIFIA options that we're investigating, these decisions would be back in front of the board at a future date. So right now, there is no cash flow timing to share. The most concrete examples that we've had are some of the discussions that we've had around the BART Police Headquarter funding, and everything else. Right now, we're seeking maximum flexibility. We'll be back in front of the board.
Okay, I guess I have a problem with this maximum flexibility when we're heading towards a financial crisis in 2025, and it would be great, and I hope we can talk to the capital team that's going to be presenting later. But I would like to have a more robust, transparent process before we say, okay, we're going to go ahead and allow for staff to pursue up to $960 million in bonds, potential bonds, to fund projects that haven't been identified. And my concern is this is a lack. I don't feel like the community has the transparency needed. I don't feel like I could speak on behalf of the community either, because I don't know what projects are being proposed. And maybe this is over a 5-year time frame, but the resolution doesn't have a time frame either. So this is my concern. I can't support this item, but I am looking forward to getting more information about the projects, maybe the next 5 or 10 years. I'm looking at the capital group over here in the audience, and I would like to get into this discussion because we are in a financial crisis. We want to make sure we're improving reliability. We want to see this. I think this idea is a good one, but it needs to be implemented in a way that we're all on the same page. And I don't see why we can't postpone this until October when we're discussing what the need is for, what is the $950 million planned for, potentially. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. I have Director Allen, followed by Dufty, followed by Rayburn.
Yeah, so I've got some questions. So the title of this resolution clearly mentions debt. Debt would be bonds issued. The programs that you mentioned, TIFIA and some of the other federal programs, are those debt programs and we have to repay the debt, or are they grant programs?
That's right, they are loan programs, they're credit assistance.
So those are loan programs.
Correct.
Okay. So I would concur with Director Ames in that, I had missed originally when I read this, that you were asking for authority of reimbursement for $950 million, almost $1 billion. So I guess, can you provide me, and Pam, I believe you mentioned it benefits our operating budget, can you provide me with sort of the mechanics of how would us going out and issuing bonds to reimburse us for capital expenditures, how would that transfer over to being flexible and helping our operating budget?
Let me just first clarify that this is not authorizing the staff to move forward with bonds or to actually issue bonds on behalf of the district. This is.
But we're authorizing you to spend.
No, we're not. This is not authorizing BART to spend. It's authorizing that should we decide to move forward with bonds in the future, that expenditures from this date could be eligible for reimbursement from any financing. It is not saying, it's not authorizing BART to spend.
And I also want to just jump in and remind the board that we've done this before. We did that.
Yeah,
with
that
this
doesn't
building.
matter.
I'm sorry,
So
I'm sorry, I was here listening to what someone said and Pam got cut off.
Yeah.
Can I at least hear her
Pam,
response?
please continue.
And we also did this with Measure RR. So we incurred expenses prior to the approval and the flow of funds under Measure RR. We were able to reimburse ourselves for the expenses, that were allowed, that we incurred leading up to that successful measure.
Right, and we had a bond measure in front of us that we were specific about with Measure RR, for which we executed this resolution, right?
I'd look to maybe Matt on the timing of that.
So I believe that this board passed the reimbursement resolution for Measure RR in June or July, before the November when it went to the
2016.
voters. Yes. So this is not, as they're saying, this is, Director Ames, this is not a request to authorize any selling of any bonds, but this is saying that if this board decides to do that at a later point, from this date forward, expenses that are eligible for whatever it is, whatever kind of debt you issue, that the district has paid for with your approval, can be reimbursed from the bond proceeds. It's basically saying, let us start spending eligible money that if it is eligible for whatever this board decides to do, you can pay the district back.
Right, so to differentiate these two situations, these two examples, we do not have a specific bond measure in front of us that this would apply to in mind right now, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay,
Right,
we are
so-
exploring financing options.
So I believe council just said it would authorize us to begin counting expenditures that we make now toward a future reimbursement should we go out for a bond measure in the future. And I think it's a fine line, but it is a distinction. We have no bond measure in mind right now for the future. And so I would ask, why are you asking us to approve this now when we don't have a bond issuance in mind to begin accumulating expenditures now for?
We
Can
are.
I just clarify something that I said? I did say bond. This is all sorts of debt, so it's not just limited to a bond measure.
Okay, I understand.
And a good example of it is any potential cost for the acquisition of a new headquarters for the BART police facilities. So, there could be expenses coming up very soon. We'll keep track of that. Those could be expenses that could be reimbursed. And to further underscore what Matt said, TIFIA and RIF are really what's in our line of sight right now.
Mm-hmm. And that building would not be anywhere close to $950 million, right?
Absolutely not.
So it seems as though there's something else in mind here that maybe we either aren't being told about, or you prefer to just leave this open and in the future use this down the line when you issue bonds or debt.
I would just note that both the core capacity program and the rail car procurement have hundreds of millions of dollars of BART operating to capital allocations in those projects. And so those are, as we're thinking about various strategies, those might be some of the cash flows that we would.
Okay, so maybe I'm starting to catch on now. So are you saying that our capital budget allocations out of our operating budget would then be reimbursable to the operating budget in the future?
We are looking at potentially financing operating to capital allocations as well as, in anticipation of future external funding.
And just to underscore here, what the key word, and you've heard this out of me before as I've sat here in front of you, is flexibility. Mm-hmm. So this is a TIFIA and RIF are loan programs that many transit operators take advantage of. We should investigate this as well. This is a first step. This is just paperwork right here to set ourselves up so that if we do pursue financing under these programs, we will have maximum reimbursement ability as we move forward.
Right. And I could agree with that on the one project we know about, which is that police headquarters. But I'm just not willing to go to almost $1 billion, knowing that the police headquarters is not going to reach, maybe 150.
To respond to that as well, every single dollar, every single project, every single action that would be pursued or implemented by BART under the terms of, say, a TIFIA or RIF program, will be back in front of the board. You will have your opportunity to weigh in and say, no, I don't want to spend this, to fund the elevator program, the escalator program. I want to do something else, or I don't want to do it at all. You will have that opportunity. We will be back here.
I think the thing that concerns me is we're not being given a project by project detail again. This is kind of a common theme for us. We're not really given the detail of the projects. You've given us a resolution that has broad categories again. And, you know, you may come back to us later and say, these are the things we're going to submit for reimbursement under a TIFIA program, but you've already spent them. And you're asking us for a very broad authorization here, but I'm very concerned about the ability to dial back our capital allocations out of our operating budget after they've already been allocated, and then later go back and say, oh, now we're going to give it back to the operating budget and we're all whole again, right? But we made a commitment a long time ago to be committing a portion of the operating budget to capital projects. And in fact, I think even recently we saw like some computers and furniture and stuff coming out of that capital budget that were coming from those capital to operating to capital allocations. And so you would be saying that now we'd be able to actually submit that for reimbursement from these long-term debt programs that go out over decades. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be supporting this. I think the time for you to come to us with this is when you have specifics of what we're talking about. And, you know, the BART Police Headquarters is a specific, and I could actually reasonably agree to that one, but not this $950 million.
Thank you. Director Duffy, followed by Director Rayburn, and I'm open to a motion.
I'll move this item.
Second.
And I just want to say that I'm absolutely comfortable. I believe that this is a thoughtful thing to do. I know that that staff will come back to us and discuss any exchanges that are going to take place. And this just seems like good management in a difficult time. So I appreciate the Controller Treasurer briefing me on this, and I'm absolutely comfortable with it. And you know, there's nothing nefarious here. This is just an opportunity to program funds responsibly, get reimbursements, and do our work. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Rayburn?
Thank you. The proposal before us is to create that flexibility to reimburse up to $950 million in anticipation of later tax-exempt financing. The IRS requires that we have, that we indicate an intention for reimbursement prior to the expenditure of any funds. So we're setting the stage to save the district money over the long term with this measure. And it is very broad, but it's not specific, and it would apply to particularly those TIFIA and RIF loans from the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment on this item?
Didn't receive any speaker cards, and I don't see any hands raised on Zoom.
All right, let's go to the vote.
All right.
There is a hand up.
In the back of the room.
Glenn Overton.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you.
I should say bah humbug to the whole thing. What's directly affecting me as a customer, as your core business? I've heard nothing about capital outlays to refurbish these lousy restrooms. And you make me a second-class citizen par excellence with your neglect of these restrooms. And I feel that way every time I have to enter one. There should be a line item, $50 to $100 million spent to refurbish these dungeons, make them stainless steel, well lit, well-ventilated entities so I can enter these things in dignity. And you have a good day.
Thank you, Glenn. Any additional public comment?
I don't believe so.
All right, so let's turn to the vote.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Saltzman? Yes. Director Simon? Yes. Director Allen?
No.
Director Ames?
I guess I'm just, I don't think this is good governance. I gotta go, no, I can't do this.
Director Dufty?
Yes.
Vice President Foley?
Aye.
Director McPartlin?
Aye.
President Lee?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries with Directors Allen and Ames voting no.
Thank you, colleagues. Let's return to item 6, the general manager's report.
2 items just to keep the board posted on. Vice President Foley, ridership. Let me just talk to ridership a little bit. Tuesday, just a few days ago, we were at about 191,000, which is our 3rd highest weekday ridership since the beginning of the pandemic. What's important about that for you to know is that it wasn't coinciding with any major events that were out there like Dreamforce or major sporting events. So, our ridership is slowly starting to come back. The average weekday ridership was 176,000 and around 176,000 for the weeks of September 11th and the weeks of September 18th. So just keeping track on the ridership as we go forward. And then the other one, matter of fact, happening today is our Not One More Girl campaign, which everybody in this room is in full support, I know. There's 2 planned safety events as part of the Not One More Girl initiative. And to remind the board, that's all about combating sexual harassment on transit in general, specifically BART, but any transit. The first is today at downtown Berkeley, and that's from the downtown Berkeley station. Will be out there today from noon to 3. And Alicia was here this morning. She's already left to be part of that event down there. And then the second event is Thursday of next week, and we're going to be at Lake Merritt on Thursday of next week, same time slot from noon to 3. And we're going to be working with our riders and engaging our riders about safe bystander intervention and other safety tips. And our folks will be out there in full force. So I just wanted to brief you, Vice President Foley, and members of the board on those 2 items.
Thank you, GM Powers. It looks like we have some public comment.
I didn't receive any speaker cards and I don't see any hands in the room, but I do see a hand on Zoom. So go to Alita. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, Vice President Mark Foley. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. So I walk around in a department store, multitasking today. Very good report. I always enjoy Bob's very meaningful and credible reports. This one very succinct. I am about ridership. I want us to be able to keep that upward trend going. 100 thing. I think that's getting close to half of what we had pre-COVID. So hopefully we can sustain that. It's not like 4.1 million in New York City, but we're getting there. And the mentions about the Not One More Girl initiative and bystander training those are absolutely essential. I think that's very meaningful work that must continue. I've written letters to you and spoken about this before because girls and women come in many different forms. As a matter of fact, I rode the Washington Metro while wearing a skirt. So people are torn about what to do when we think the bystander matters, because I think people generally have a heart to help, but it's about having the appropriate tools. And I think I would like to see this material about bystander intervention. Because sometimes I feel like I'm at a loss of what to do, and it can be very tricky. So I ask that we continue this work of Not One More Girl initiative and other things that will help us to have a safer system. So anyway, an excellent report. Don't know if I am understood, but you have Bob, who is easily understood, who is talking again about the importance of BART being a people system. And I thank you.
Thank you, Alita. Do we have any additional public comment?
I don't see any additional hands raised.
All right, let's turn to board comment. I have Director Saltzman, followed by Rayburn, followed by Ames.
I think the growing ridership is fantastic. I can feel it when I'm on the trains. And speaking to that, I just wanted to know, is there a plan to bring an update to the board anytime soon about how it's going with the train resizing? What changes have been made so far? What changes are being considered? Because as our ridership is growing, that's going to have a bigger and bigger impact.
Yeah, so we're monitoring that, and we flexed up for Dreamforce and that, and Shane has got his work in the heat maps with McCormick. But we'll pull a data set together, Director Saltzman, and either provide a briefing as an informational item here, or perhaps do that at a later date and provide a board memo with some of the stuff. So we'll look at that. I'll sit with Shane and Michael on that.
And I think if it just comes in a memo to us, it's important to get it out to the public too. I know I'm getting a lot of questions about it, and I'm saying that staff is looking at the data, they're going to make changes,
Sure.
but I think having something more detailed about what we're doing and showing that we hear, that some riders are thinking it's really overcrowded. I think it's great that there's going to be a campaign coming up again to tell people to take off their backpacks. That would make the trains like a third less crowded. I don't know why people haven't figured it out yet, but I think we need to tell riders that we're hearing that they feel like it's too crowded, and we're figuring it out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rayburn.
Thank you. And yesterday I been reading some customer comments directed to me asking for longer trains than 6-car trains coming through Fruitvale. And after I read those comments, I went down to the platform, and lo and behold, there came an 8-car green line train. So I note that we are being responsive, and I hope that's the model to follow. And I think it can go a long way toward helping to let our passengers know that we are watching carefully, and you're looking at those heat maps. And I hope to hear more about just what kind of a process we will have on the ongoing basis to accommodate our passengers, so that they don't feel that this is a burden on them. And we need to continue the reminders about why we decided that on September 11th, along with the schedule change, we would shorten the train cars so that we could provide, reduce the antisocial behavior on the trains. So I look forward to further discourse with the public and with the directors.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Director Ames.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob, for the update. Now, did you mention the track closure? We completed the track closure between Union City and Fremont. Do you have any?
That was not part of my report, Director. Ames, would you like a?
Oh, I just thought you were going to do an update on that. So
No, I was not. My report is complete, but I certainly can bring Shane up or to the podium here and give you an update on that, ma'am.
Sure, I would like an update.
Sure, of course. Shane?
This is almost a setup question, but
Thank you.
Yeah, Shane Edwards, AGM of Operations. So the A-line tree removal is complete, and we were able to make some concessions and leave a few of them up after a couple of surveys. But everything went smoothly last weekend, and we'll be moving on. We're done between Union City and Fremont.
okay. So thank you, Shane. I just want to do a shout out to Shane Edwards. He did consult with U.S. and California Fish and Wildlife this past, on Wednesday. We BART decided to saved 3 large eucalyptus trees that are now used as a perch area for the bald eagles. And I was informed that over, I think, 1.5 miles or so of track was replaced for these 3 closures that we had between Union City and Fremont Station. And I just want to thank the staff for working with those agencies. I mean, we want good relationship with the agencies, and again, this is continuous improvement. There was a little bit of a uproar about taking all the trees out, and BART responded appropriately. And I really hope that, you know, BART can talk about this in a positive way. We have bald eagles on our BART system. Maybe one of them can be called BART, but you know, I'm just kidding. I mean, that's a joke, but I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. I did hear this morning that the eagles returned to Quarry Lakes together. They're paired up, and it's very close to the site where the trees have been retained. And pretty soon they're going to be nesting close by. So I really appreciate what you did for the environment, the land, the animals, and the people. Thank you. Thank you, Shane, especially you. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Dufty.
Thank you. Bob, I just want to say that the trains have been so much cleaner, and I know that we've talked about the shorter cars in terms of, as Director Rayburn pointed out, you know, more eyes on each car, more, you know, more safety for folk. But I also just want to say that I think that it's been great just having the cars, having the extra TLC and all new trains. People just seem quite happy, and I've ridden a lot the last 10 days, and I've just seen a lot of folks this morning with the train was full in a good way. And I saw tons of people getting out at Embarcadero and also at 16th Street. So I just want to just really say thank you. And it's just been a great few weeks now. And I know Shane's happy for that. We're all happy for that. But, you know, when Shane's happy, I'm happy. So it's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Director Dufty.
Thank you, GM Powers. All right, let's turn to item 7, public comment. I have one in-person public comment from Glenn Overton.
Forgive me, Madam Chair or Chairman and General Manager. I'm going to do this in the voice of a foreigner, but a familiar person, Sir Winston Churchill. I'm going to try to do it in his voice. So if I fail at it, don't laugh at me, okay? Even though large areas of BART have been under siege from fare evaders in the system, we will stop fare evasion on the red line. I don't sound anything like Churchill. We will stop fare evaders on the orange line. We will stop fare evaders on the yellow line. We will stop fare evaders on the green line. We will stop fare evaders on the blue line. We will stop them in Richmond. We will stop them in Concord. We will stop them in Pittsburgh Center. We will stop them in Walnut Creek, Powell, Civic Center. We will stop them at 16th and Mission. We will stop them 24th and Mission. We will stop them at Embarcadero. We will stop them at Hayward. We will stop them at MacArthur. We will never surrender. BART will rise again like a phoenix and take its rightful place amongst the world's leading transit systems. Have a good day.
Thank you, Glenn. Do we have any additional in-person public comment?
I don't see any additional in-person public comment.
All right.
I do see a hand raised on Zoom.
Looks like we have one hand online.
Okay, we and go to Alita. Alita, please go ahead.
Thanks again, Vice President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. I'm going to talk generally. I'm going to try to put some positive energy into my virtual podium, thing that I do when I go to meetings of the New York City subway. I mean, how do we build the best BART that we can? I'm just an ordinary user. And because I do not live in the BART district, I can't vote for you. I understand that. Comes with the territory. But I speak simply with the motivation as an ordinary user of wanting a better BART or any system that I use. Today, it's the Washington Metro, and I rode on a Fairfax Connector bus. I strive for a legal home on BART. And Grace Prunikin showed me the welcome in BART. And Bob Powers, your current general manager, shows me the welcome. And Michael Jones. And there are many people who show me the welcome on BART. But what I strive for more so is a BART that will practice its work in a very truly egalitarian manner that transcends definitions. No, because I'm very different from you. And I ask you not indulge. I get my 3 minutes, but I see people who get really by default 4 or 5 minutes. You know, I think it's okay to give some brief answers to questions, but we have some things like what happened at last meeting going on and on in indulging people. Can't we just say thank you for your comments and have staff reach out? Because I'm tired of others taking up oxygen in the room when I think the things that I say are relevant and meaningful to BART. But perhaps because I am different, my standing may not be diminished. I sincerely hope that is not the case, because I choose to speak with you respectfully. And I would rather speak respectfully and get nowhere, because at least I'm standing on the side of right. Because I believe that by speaking respectfully, the welcome will continue. And it's my nature, because I like to put positive energy into the system. I campaign for a BART and a New York City subway that runs on renewable energy. And I really enjoy practicing doing Grand Central Terminal and Grand Central Madison. It is my hope that I will be back with you on BART soon and enjoy it once again. But I ask that you not forget this ideal that's above all of us, that BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Alita. Do we have any additional public comment?
I don't see any additional hands raised.
All right. Colleagues, before we turn to item 9, the engineering and operations item, just a reminder that there is lunch in the back if you'd like. We're going to kind of power through here with the last couple of items. So let's turn to the E&O committee. Looks like we have 2 items today, one for authorization, one for information. The one item that's up first is our annual surveillance report for 2023. In the interest of time, what I'd like to do, if we could, is take any public comment or director questions if staff and the GM are okay with that. All right. So having said that, do we have any public comment on item 9A, the annual surveillance report?
I don't see any hands in the room, but I do see a hand raised on Zoom.
All right, let's go to that.
We'll go to Alita, please. Alita, please go ahead.
Thanks again, Vice President Mark Foley. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. So I talk about surveillance, and I've been glancing at this report. And as an ordinary user with disabilities, I think it is important for the good of our system in protecting our infrastructure, and more so the precious cargo of people like myself who use the system. Surveillance is a necessary part. And perhaps BART has more cameras than a Las Vegas casino does. I know the New York City subway does. And for me as a person with disabilities, I depend on the watchful eyes of BART because what if something happens to me as a person with disabilities? I think I'm in pretty good health, riding up an escalator. I climb up the stairs of the deep stations in New York City. But anything can happen. And so it is these eyes and ears that are essential for both pedestrian components, such as myself walking through stations, but also vehicles that traverse on BART property. Hence the importance of the automated license plate readers. Because sad to say, auto theft and vandalism is a rampant problem in our great nation. And we want to know who's there, and especially if a car gets picked up that doesn't have a license plate, then we need to establish the veracity, its provenance of who it belongs to. Because that could be the friend of suspicion. Because when you hear about catalytic converters and what might happen with electric vehicles, especially if they plug in, and we see pranking of electric charging systems. So I think surveillance is a necessary part of this. And I do feel a need. It is good for me to be watched because in case I have an illness or some kind, and we have to have surveillance in the trackway because it is absolutely unacceptable for people to be in the trackway who are unauthorized, whether they voluntarily enter it or whether they're pushed into it. So we have to have a means for looking for track intrusion in our system because active railroad tracks are a very dangerous place. So I ask that you continue this work, but I believe that surveillance can be a very important part of protecting the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Alita. Do we have any additional public comment?
I don't see any additional hands raised.
All right, let's turn to director comments. I have Director Rayburn followed by Director Dufty.
Well, I want to first throw out a congratulations to the chief for receiving a glowing letter from Brian Hoffer and the Secure Justice group and looking at the way we're conducting ourselves here at BART. All 7 technologies that we've deployed have been thoroughly described with regard to their use and impact. And in his own words, we are a model for other agencies. I want to focus my comments, though, on the ALPR. And I think back to April 27th when we discussed parking fees here at BART, and I raised the issue of that we can't patrol our parking lots in the evenings and weekends to the same degree that we do during the weekdays up until 3 p.m. And that's because we're not sending those patrols through the lots to examine whether or not the fees have been paid. And of course, that was April 27th. I read in the ALPR, in the surveillance report, that ALPR really was deployed in June. Is that correct?
So ALPR has been under testing for approximately a year at this point, I believe. We do have staff here who can discuss the specifics of the ALPR testing program if you would like to have more information on that.
Well, I'm interested in how it's going and what the district's plans are with the deployment of the technology for both security reasons as well as for parking management. I see Bob Franklin's queuing up as well. And so is the police department interested in greatly augmenting the, 7 mobile cameras and only 2 fixed post cameras? Would it benefit us?
So ALPR deployed correctly can be an investigative tool for the police department. It has to fit in with our overall strategy and budget, obviously, but right now it's primarily a parking management tool. And so I'll defer to Mr. Franklin for discussion of the parking management side of that.
Thank you.
And we currently are testing a mobile unit. There are some calibration issues that we are going through. So it's not, and it's limited just to the reserved area, not all throughout the lot, as we don't collect license plate information for people paying for the daily fee in our stations at this point. So it's a pretty limited basis, and we're still working with our vendor Motorola on making it functional.
And in the report, it notes that currently there's no cost, but that at some point in the future, we would expect to pay $318,000. Is that for the units that we've received to date, or is that for an augmented supply that would cover all 50 stations?
So there will be a per unit cost. It's pretty nominal. I think it's $7,000 per mobile unit, and we're going through a pilot right now. The cost to install is a big. There's no funding right now to put fixed cameras, but there is a contract to allow us to do that. Should funding become available to all the fiber optics and electronics necessary to install it at the entrance to a facility.
Thank you very much, Mr. Franklin, and I hope we can find the funding, because I believe this is a very cost-effective type of a program that can both benefit our parking management as well as the security in our lots. And I'm just concerned that it seems to be rolling out very, very slowly, and it seems that it would behoove us to bump that up considerably. Thank you. Also, I said 50 stations. There are, 36 stations with parking?
I believe you're correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Director Duffy, followed by Director Allen.
Thank you. And I just want to piggyback on Director Rayburn. I'm going to actually read 2 paragraphs of this letter for the folks that are watching it. But again, as the director pointed out, I want to extend appreciation to Brian Hofer, the Executive Director of Secure Justice. And as he wrote, BART staff has consistently and proactively sought out community feedback on various items prior to submitting them to the board, and we want to publicly recognize those efforts and congratulate staff for continuing to engage in this manner since the ordinance was enacted in 2018. We believe this practice has increased community engagement and trust, and has certainly increased transparency into how BART uses various technologies as they provide services to their customers. As you likely know, there are now dozens of these oversight frameworks across the country, and 8 in California. Of all the jurisdictions we engage with operating under similar models, Secure Justice has given BART its highest rating as to compliance for the past 3 consecutive years. We frequently share your work product with other jurisdictions as an example of best practices, and we take great pride in sharing how the culture at BART has ensured the success of this work. Thank you for this opportunity to provide BART with our feedback. And I just want to say congratulations. I think we should all be very proud of what this work product that we see today. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Allen.
I'll move approval.
Okay. Thank you both, Shane and Chief, for your work on this, and I know it takes out of your work on other things. I'm just one question for you. Do you have, or do we have any projects underway or planned future projects to improve the surveillance inside of the parking lots?
Director Allen, at this time, no, we do not.
Okay, and I ask this because I've received a lot of complaints from people. Obviously, the property crime has gone up, and it's gone up on our properties. I've received a number of complaints from people who have had their cars either broken into or catalytic converters or some type of damage to their cars or stolen. And the complaints, of course, always involve that frustration of having your property just, damaged, which causes, financial burden on the person owning the property. But additional frustration has been conveyed to me in that sometimes BART PD does not have good camera coverage of all areas in those parking lots, and they are not really able to ever obtain good video of what happened to their car or who, and able to pursue a case. So I guess I'm telling you what the complaints I'm hearing are from people who are parking in our lots. And in fact, I hear often from people out in my area who say, when I say, why don't you drive to X station, this station or that station and park there instead? And they say, I'm not comfortable parking in the stations because of, something that they've heard happen to someone or something that has happened to them personally. They're just not riding anymore. They're back on the freeway. And so I think, in the outer areas where we're trying to encourage, we have plenty of parking available. We're trying to encourage people to get off the freeway, stop at, Bay Point or stop at Pleasant Hill and park there and get on BART for your commute. I think we need to do more to help those people believe that their property is going to be a lot more safe than it is right now when they do so. So I think if we're going to focus on the rider experience, that improved video coverage of those parking lots could just go a long way for helping people feel more secure in those lots.
Thank you, Director Allen. Let me go ahead and wrap this up with a few comments and a request, if I could. First off, great job. As always, I think we kind of lead the way on what that conversation should be with the security and privacy experts that are in the public's eye and us as a public agency. So again, fantastic job. Keep up the great work. Very supportive of all that you do. So thank you for that. I agree with Director Allen that I think anything we can do to improve surveillance in our garages would be beneficial to welcoming back riders who want to feel as though their personal property is safe while they take BART to work, to an event, especially if they're going away on a trip and want to have their vehicle here when they go to the airport. So I think anything we can do to help encourage that is key. I had a recommendation and a request or question. The section that talks about the public emergency phone towers. So we have, and I know we're not looking to expand. I know we piloted this at Coliseum, is that correct, I think? But we have a unique situation out in the Antioch-Pittsburgh transfer platform, which is sort of itself an island, if you will, where riders cannot necessarily leave a station in an emergency. They're sort of there in that center platform in the freeway. So I was wondering if we could look at potentially at least expanding it to include that platform so that we actually have the ability for someone who's on that platform to call BPD. I just think that that's a unique situation within our system, and I would look forward to an opportunity to expand the phones for BPD to that location.
We will look at that.
I appreciate it.
I would support Director Foley in that ask.
Thank you, Director Allen. And the last item I had was just sort of looking inward, if you will. All of these technologies are used to help protect the riders and the employees. I'm wondering, how are these used to sort of monitor or surveil employees? How does that work with this technology? Is any of this technology used, especially CCTA or CCTV? How is that used or interacted with employee movement within the district?
So the cameras that are installed throughout the district monitor activity in the area of any person that's in the area, but none of these cameras are specifically installed with the purpose of employee monitoring.
Okay, understood. I would encourage some open dialogue with our labor partners if there are concerns coming from their side of the house regarding how this technology is used. At my employer, they had asked to include cameras to overlook the operators of our treatment plants. And so we had a dialogue around how that would work, what sort of inbounds and out of bounds. So understanding that spectrum, I think, would be important for our labor partners as well, and I would encourage us to have that conversation. So with that, seeing no additional comments here, I think we can move to a vote that was properly moved by Director Rayburn and seconded by Director Dufty.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Saltzman? Director Simon? Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Yes.
Director Dufty? Vice President Foley?
Aye.
Director McPartlin?
Aye.
And President Lee, the motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you for that. Colleagues, moving on to our last item under E&O. This is an information item. It is an update on our capital program and project status update. So I will turn it over to Sylvia and Shane.
Good afternoon, Director Sylvia Lamb, Assistant General Manager for Infrastructure Delivery. And we're giving you an update today on the reporting that we've been doing on the capital program and project status update. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mitra. But first, can you hand us the clicker?
Right. Good afternoon, Board of Directors. Mitra Moheb, Group Manager for the Delivery PMCM Group in Office of Infrastructure Delivery. I'm very happy to present to you the Capital Program and Project Status Report. This report is the first for BART to provide a comprehensive look at the major programs and projects at the district. The effort to pull this report together is involved and robust. Here's what I will be covering in this presentation today. What's the purpose of the need and the need of a report? What information on the programs and projects are included in this report? Who is involved? How the data is pulled together and the next steps. This report was first presented to the board back in May of 2022, when we committed to provide a quarterly status of the capital projects and programs. This report provides you a snapshot of how projects are advancing through toward their targets. The project control tools that we have in place, like earned value, P6 schedules, and risk management, as well as process and procedures, allow for better tracking and recording of progress and/or changes. This, combined with employing project management best practices in the industry, we are enabled to establish consistency and oversight to allow for credibility and reliability. The analysis derived from the data also allows for a greater deal of transparency and traceability. For over a year now, the CPPSR report has been providing financial information across all capital programs' forecasted budget needs for upcoming fiscal years. It's driven from the estimated at completion costs for each project, which rolls up to the program levels. Programs and projects one-pagers cover scope summaries, funding and budget data, shortfalls if any, and accomplishments for each of the project major programs. For every single project of total of 280 projects, project scopes and budget summaries by capital improvement program or CIP categories are also provided. The latest CPSR report that has been created and will be shared with all of you tomorrow afternoon, I believe, will have the current forecast for the 280 projects. 1.5 billion and 1.4 billion dollars have been projected for FY25 and FY24 and 25 budgets, respectively. Based on some of the ask from the board, we have made some changes on the report to provide additional information. The report now provides 2 fiscal years projected budget versus 1 year. This helps with identifying funding needs earlier, allowing the district to better position itself for additional funding needs and potential grants. The basis of the projects are scope, budget, and schedule. The scope summary for each project has been added along with the estimated cost on completion. This is in addition to the percent physical complete and closeout dates. This provides a full picture of where the projects stand in terms of progress and completion dates. We have also added data on the professional services agreement dashboard. Okay. On the project information pages, you will find a great deal of details on the projects. In response to your ask again, we have added the project scope summaries on the 3rd column, followed by the original estimate at completion, or EAC. There may be a difference between the current EAC and the original EAC, which could be as a result of a potential change in the project. The columns with FY24 and FY25 forecasted budgets note the anticipated budget for the next 2 years based on the EACs reported on each of the projects. The professional services agreement data is the newest addition to this report. The bar chart on the top provides the total authorities, which is noted on the top of each bar. Encumbered amounts noted in a light blue bar, and darker blue shows the expenditures to date. And the available capacity is shown in the green bar for each of the on-call contracts, which includes the CM, Environmental and Planning, GEC, TBT, and CBTC, starting back in 2018. The lower bar chart categorizes the expenditures to date based on the CIP categories. In this chart, the blue signifies the FY19 through FY22 budgets, and the green bar shows the FY23 expenditures to date. All right, so how do we pull this together? Using project control measures to get to a single source of truth is vital for us to improve transparency, maintain traceability, and consistency in messaging across the board. As it was mentioned earlier, there are several project management tools well known in the industry that the district has put in place to better assist us with the management and tracking, as well as the smart forecasting for the programs. P6 scheduling, where the milestones for each of the projects are being tracked, combined with the financial data coming from PeopleSoft, helps establishing the earned value management. During the project reviews of the earned value and schedules, the progress on each project is vetted and is compared against the original plan to deliver the project. The outcome of these reviews provide a better outlook on project prioritization and funding needs and timing for it to ensure the projects can continue as planned. The results from all the said efforts are gathered from various venues and is pulled together to create the CPPSR report that we share with you. We have established a very robust quality control process following the ISO 9001 quality management system to ensure the data collected is accurate and makes sense, which also assists us with double checking the data produced in the first place by the project team. It also allows us to produce a well-rounded report that provides the reader a clear picture of the information being provided. There are several other groups that are involved in this process, like the Funding Strategic Report Group, who has a big role in assisting us with the FY budget projections using available budgets and cash flow trends. Staff is committed to providing this report to you every quarter. On each report, you will be receiving updates on the total funded budget, spent to date, percent complete, and closeout date. The rest of the data will be updated at different quarters. In Q2, forecasted budget for the next 2 fiscal years will be updated. Q3 report is the one that has all the data entries as the most recent available. And last but not least, every 4th quarter, we will be updating the professional services agreement data. Thank you for listening. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Much appreciated. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments?
I didn't receive any speaker cards, and I don't see any hands in the room or on Zoom.
Thank you for that. Let's turn. Oh,
excuse me, one just went up. Thank you.
Let's go for it.
Okay, we'll go first to Alita. Alita, please go ahead.
Thanks again. Vice President Mark Foley. Alita to brief the record, she and her. There's not too much noise. I'm inside a Washington Metro train. But in thinking about this presentation, about how important capital is, and capital work is essential for providing the best customer experience. I'm in this Metro train, so I'm really feeling it. I think Metro has a bigger capital plan part, but I certainly think that our capital has to be founded in basics. I like signature projects, don't get me wrong. I can't wait till we get that Santa Fe supplement. It's going to make life a lot easier for me. Just like Grand Central Madison, City. But the things about the substations and basic track repair and station conditioning, refurbishment, ensuring escalators and elevators are up to date. And I think my clock is frozen. So please give me a 30-second warning. They're all essential. I don't understand much about all the ISO type of things, but I'm glad you bring it up because it gives me something that I can research and learn about what international standards is. But good, efficient capital program, ensuring our funding is in place, and effective management of the funds to build out our capital is needed to ensure we have a greater number of projects built satisfactorily to ensure more satisfactory customer experiences. Because I speak to not simply as one of academic, and don't get me wrong, I love these academic presentations because they're very, very important to enlighten the public. Right? But for me to be here in a train, sharing this with you about this all stems from capital. If only I could be on the BART train doing this right now, then I would really be feeling this. But I ask for your continued oversight of building the most resilient system and customer-friendly experience we can, because capital is a very essential part of ensuring that BART lives up to the idea of being the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Alita. Do we have any additional public comment?
I don't see any additional hands raised.
All right, thank you. Let's turn to director comments. I have Director Allen followed by Director Ames.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I've been just so looking forward to this project for so long, and I know you're moving it forward, but did I hear you say that we actually would get this report in detail of the projects tomorrow?
Yes, the updated one for FY23 Q4 you will receive tomorrow.
And so will it include the detail included on that that page that says, you know, the expanded detail that's sort of like a legal page wide?
Yes, it will
include that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ames followed by Rayburn.
All right. So, yeah, this is really coming along nicely, right? We want to see the capital detail, including the capital on the operations side as well. So it's good to tease those two out. We've got the capital projects, then we have the operations projects doing capital work, correct? So I guess just to provide greater transparency, because this is what it's really about, is showing the public what we're working on, what we're prioritizing. Can you give us, like you said, there's a snapshot of advancing a project or not advancing a project, that you would have a snapshot of this. Is that true? Did I hear that correctly?
I'm not sure that I would describe it that way. So everything in this report are all projects that are active and are advancing.
Advancing.
Yes.
So what happens to the projects that were not advancing? Where does that go?
We have the projects that are not advancing on the capital needs inventory that we keep track of, as far as, you know, we go through a robust process every year to evaluate our assets and create a capital needs inventory.
Okay,
it's
capital
in-
needs inventory, it goes into an inventory.
Right.
Now, I guess my concern then is, this is looking like potentially a backlog of infrastructure projects that we just can't get to. We don't have enough funding. And I would like to know how the projects that don't get funded would be part of this other initiative that was just taken earlier, where we could potentially do $950 million worth of capital projects, and how that would tie into the projects that are really not being performed now. They're not in the 2-year budget, they're in this inventory. Can we tie those two together, those lists together? Like that, what's $950 million worth of projects, which has an unlimited time frame, to the list that is in the inventory of projects that did not get constructed?
I would say that Pam and Priya's team are directly involved and aware of all the projects, both on the CNI and both also on the ones that are funded and moving forward that may be lacking some funding. So the grants team led by Priya is interacting with our team constantly to see which projects are the highest priorities, which projects need to be moved forward, and then matching those correctly with the funds. I don't want to speak too much for Priya and Pam because that's a whole piece of the puzzle that Priya's team manages very well.
Okay, fair enough. I am concerned about that, as you know. I don't want to, pardon me for being possibly considered overcritical about this issue, but I do see a problem of having a resolution that said we are going to spend potentially $950 million. We're approaching a financial cliff. And how we're going to implement this additional capital work with that authorization, potential authorization of more funding. So are we going to talk about this in October? Or when are we going to discuss this issue? Maybe this is for Pam. Yes. I thought the capital project would know a little bit too as well.
Our intent for the October workshop is to focus primarily on the operating shortfall. Given that the operating program does provide allocations to capital, there is some overlap. But again, we're really focusing in on the operating program at the October budget workshop.
Okay, I would like to know if you would entertain this, and maybe the board can entertain this. I would like to know if we could address the capital inventory of projects that did not get considered, and how that could be tied into this $950 million of additional cash flow. And there's a backlog, there's a project, there's a document which is related to our backlog of projects, correct? It's called the SRTP. Director Ellen is making a note here. It's a short-range transit plan, I believe. Is that what it's called?
Yes, there's a short-range transit plan, a part of the CIP program, and that is I would say a shortened version or the highest priorities from a risk perspective that's developed from the capital needs inventory.
Okay, again, we're going back to the capital needs inventory, which I would consider as a backlog, potentially.
Yes,
we're not getting to these projects. And that number has risen from 10 billion to maybe 18 billion or so.
I'm not sure that it's risen. Based on your questions yesterday, Director, I've got some folks looking at doing a research from 2017 to 2022. And as I mentioned, we are in the process of doing that update right now for 2023. And so I'm looking at that data. So I don't know that I could say that definitively that backlog has risen or not. So I wouldn't want to answer that right now.
Okay, I guess the final question would be, when are we going to get that revision to the short-range transit plan? I know that we were supposed to get that done a few years ago, got postponed. Possibly MTC mandated this document to be published. I don't know the history of the short-range transit plan, but Oh, Pam.
Yes, I was just gonna say, I'm gonna turn this back to Pam. We do the
Okay.
portion for
So
the
there are
CMA.
two documents that are required by MTC, the short-range transit plan, which focuses primarily on the operating side of the house, and the capital improvement program, or the CIP, that focuses on the capital side of the house. Because of the impacts of the pandemic, MTC has focused all operators on the short-range transit plan, the operating side. But Priya's team is undertaking the work necessary to complete a CIP, and we plan on bringing that to the board next spring as we go through our budget process.
Okay, I guess my concern is we'd like to get the short-range transit plan before spring. I would hope that we were working on this because it does identify projects that are in the backlog, essentially. They're not getting completed. And I would like to know how that is tied into the $950 million that was just discussed at a previous item. So I guess there's still a lot more work to do. And when we have this workshop, I wanted to get into the additional capital projects that could be implemented to help on safety and reliability, which is tied to the potential vote that we might have in 2026. So I just don't want to talk about operating costs, correct? I mean, I would like to talk about more robust operating and capital planning effort so we're prepared for 2026. All right, thank you. Good work.
Thank you, Director Ames. I have Director Rayburn followed by Director Allen.
Well, thank you, Sylvia, for your report, and especially for promising to deliver the quarterly report tomorrow. My question is, where will that be posted? Will it be on the BART website?
It will not be on the BART website tomorrow. We will be emailing that out to the board of directors, similar to the way that we have done in previous quarterly reports. We're evaluating how much data should be on BART.gov. For instance, there's a lot of data in these reports, and in the interest of being transparent, sometimes too much data is just kind of the opposite of being transparent. So we're looking at a couple of formats, and we're committing that with the next capital budget process, we would post to BART.gov with the budget planning process next year.
Well, I've been looking through the website, and there are a number of different reports and plans that we do put up in a series that people can track and take a look at. And frankly, it would be useful for at least this director, probably many of my colleagues as well as many of the public who are saying, well, what are they really all talking about? And what are the dimensions here? So I encourage us to, I know it's investment of additional time, but it's part of the whole idea of making our information transparent.
Sure. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Director Allen, why don't you wrap us up?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with what Director Ames was saying. The SRTP/CIP was the official name of the report in 2018. 23 or something, 22, we went to a reimagined SRTP which dropped off that CIP portion. And so that's what I'm looking for. I believe that's probably what Director Ames is looking for. Back in 2018, I believe it was published in maybe 2019, before the pandemic for sure. We had this report that had the CIP schedule in it that showed us the funded status, that showed us a total of all backlog of projects, how much was funded, how much funding was, absolutely we have funding for, how much we thought we had funding for in addition to that, and how much we just have no funding for, and what the deficit was on the capital projects for funding going forward over the next 15 years. At that time, it was about 10 billion, and I can't imagine that it's still 10 billion knowing what we know now and the way costs have escalated. And so that's what I'm looking for, is that analysis of what is our funding deficit for capital projects. We talk about our deficits for operating budgets all the time, but we always leave the capital budget deficits for another day. And so I'm hoping that we can get to that CIP schedule really soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Allen. Seeing no additional director comments, I'd like to thank you for the presentation this afternoon. And with that, we have no items on the agenda for our PPAL. So let's go to board matters, agenda item 11. Do we have any board members that want to provide reports, RCIs, roll call for introductions, or in memoriams? Director Saltzman.
Thank you. Last night I attended an El Cerrito meeting about their planned new library, which, if it moves forward, will be at the El Cerrito Plaza BART station. It was great to hear a lot of community input. People are really excited. Our current library is great, but very tiny and under-resourced. And this is really the only place in El Cerrito where it could go. So we're really hoping it moves forward. The city council is going to vote in November on whether to put a ballot measure on the ballot for March of 2024, which would be a funding measure and a parcel tax. So more information forthcoming.
Thank you. Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Vice President Foley. Last Wednesday, I traveled to Suisun City to chair the Capital Corridor Joint Powers Authority, where we approved the fiscal year 23-24 service plan and budget. I should note that our request to the state was to augment the service back to restoring full 30 trains per day because of budget constraints, as well as the constraints of lack of equipment. We're not going to meet that goal, and so at least in the coming months. So consider the restoration of service delayed. On a more positive note, we also heard from one of the Capital Corridor's newest employees, Kate Goslin, who gave a report on that we have 117 grade crossings throughout the system, and 71 of those lack plans. What I want to bring this to your attention, pay attention. We need partners in every community to help us make the corrections to those grade crossings that are dangerous. I also attended the Women in Transportation Scholarship Awards. I want to thank a number of people who joined me there. I know Sylvia was there, but I want to particularly note that Dennis Markham and I were the only males at the table from BART, and Amanda Cruz, Lynn Williams, Nee Lee, and Phoebe Chang attended. I applaud the professionals at BART and the work they do, and we need to keep that pipeline going and encourage them to make their awards ceremonies a little shorter. And finally, I attended Alameda County Supervisor Nate Miley's public safety discussion with Chief Franklin and Rod Lee last week. That's all to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Director Ames.
Yeah, I've just been working with the Ohlone Audubon, who represents Southern Alameda County, Alameda Creek Alliance, whose efforts are to reestablish endangered steelhead trout through Alameda Creek. I want to thank BART. I think BART was actually part of putting in the fish passage for the steelhead trout. The fish passageway goes actually through one side of the BART weir that was installed in the 70s, and the BART weir is about 12 feet wide. It blocks fish going up the stream into Alameda Creek. So ironically, now we've got the eagles there. The eagles have been foraging and feeding in the area. And I do thank again Shane Edwards for working. I know I have to say Shane is my star right now. He really did work with the agencies and facilitated a compromise. Although the Audubon did want to have a few more trees there because the eagles were roosting, they were spending the night there. We couldn't do it all. And I just say, you know, thank you again for working with the stakeholders. There was a lot of them, including volunteer photographers, who are very happy at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. All right, well, let me conclude my comments with a thank you to Carrie Hillis, who helped rep me at the Oakley City Council. I gave them a presentation on the status of BART earlier this week, so thank you very much, Carrie. And lastly, on September 19th, the Concord City Council met and awarded their E&A for the Concord Naval Weapons Station's development, which is adjacent to our TOD site, to Brookfield Properties. The city's going to review this again on November 14th, and then the city has an aggressive timeline with a term sheet in January of 24. So I don't know, 100 days away, something like that. So I will keep you updated. And with that, we are adjourned.
Recording stopped.